for 25 years. Your home for Minnesota Twins baseball.
The light rain still falling here at Target Field, but the tarp is off. We are expecting to see baseball at 6:15 tonight for the Rays and the Twins. And the Rays come in tied in the wild card standings with the Texas Rangers with a game and a half ahead of Cleveland. But that wild card changes an awful lot here with 2 weeks left in the season. Right now, though, things are looking pretty good for the Rays. Actually, yes, Tampa tied for the lead in the wild card standings as we sit here today. I'm Marnie Gellner at Target Field, battling a little bit of a voice issue here with the rain and the light drizzle falling here. But Tampa just needs 2 more wins to guarantee another winning season. That would be 6 consecutive for the Rays. They have not yet, however, locked up a playoff spot. If the postseason started today, though, things would look pretty good for the Rays because, as you saw, they are tied for that wild card lead with Texas. However, there are 16 games left to play for Tampa. So if the season ended today, but with these 16 games left, it is not an easy road to go for the Rays. After this series against Minnesota, they'll play 4 against the Rangers, where they're tied for that wild card lead. 4 against the Orioles, 3 games then in Yankee Stadium against the Yankees, and then the Rays will close out the season in Toronto against the Blue Jays, who have had a much improved season as well. But so far this season, Tampa Bay does have a winning record against those teams that you just saw in the remaining 16 games. Still a tough road ahead for Tampa after leaving Minnesota here this weekend. We have a couple of tough lefties locking up on the hill today, including Andrew Albers. He'll face Matt Moore from Target Field after this.
Baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. And by the new, smooth, and distinctive Budweiser Black Crown. Larry DeVito and the grounds crew frantically getting Target Field ready for baseball tonight. We'll get started just a few minutes late and hope that we have uninterrupted baseball tonight. It's game 2 between the Twins and the Tampa Bay Rays. Dick Bramer, Burt Blyleven with you from soggy Target Field. The Twins were shut out last night, and it does not get any easier for them. Tomorrow, they face the reigning Cy Young Award winner, and tonight, a left-hander on the Tampa Bay staff who's actually outpitched David Price.
Yeah, Matt Moore has been outstanding this year. Now, he started the season 8-0, then hit a little spell where he went 0-3, but since he's come back off the disabled his last couple starts, you can see the 1-0 record, and he does not give up a lot of runs. He is 7-0 over his last 9 starts with a 1.99 ERA. This left-hander faced the Twins one time in Tampa, and he ended up beating the Twins 4-3.
Twins will send a left-hander to the mound as well, Andrew Albers, who started his major league career in incredible fashion, then had a few disappointing starts, but bounced back with a really nice one his last time out.
Yeah, and I think that's really good to see. Now, in Houston, he didn't pitch very well, even though the Twins came back and won that ball game. Didn't get through the second inning. In his last start here against the Toronto Blue Jays, outstanding. 7 very good innings through 97 pitches. Twins ended up losing that ball game 2-0, but Albers was outstanding.
To make the case that Albers has given the Twins their 3 best starts in the 2013 season. We'll have more on Twins left-hander Andrew Albers when we return to Target Field. Again, we'll get started tonight close to on time despite the rain.
For the elements, and this game will be starting in just a couple minutes. The Twins taking on Joe Maddon's Tampa Bay Rays. Very important game for both teams, but especially the Rays in the midst of that wild card battle, and they've got a group of Sharks right on their tail right now. Andrew Albers started his career with the Twins this year with a splash, couple hiccups of late, but he was impressive in his last outing. He certainly, Roy, has the arsenal to be a very strong pitcher in this league.
What's wonderful about baseball and pitching and Andrew Albers is even if you only throw 87 or 88 miles an hour tops, as does Andrew Albers, if you can command your fastball, you can still get big league hitters out. And he's able to do that with this little cutter that he throws in on right-handers, away from left-handers. And then when they're looking for that, a little sinker on the outside part of the plate that gets a lot of ground ball outs. Once he has the hitters thinking about those two fastballs at 87, 88, he'll drop a 65-mile-an-hour big dewdrop curveball in there. Very, very effective because it's so much slower than his fastballs. So two fastballs either side of the plate, slow curveball, and then when he really needs to get a strikeout or a ground ball against a left-hander, he can throw a little bit harder breaking ball. That's his slider. Throw it down and away to lefties. It's been very, very effective. So for Andrew Albers, his ability to have 4 or 5 different pitches at vastly different speeds, and then most importantly, Tom, to be able to throw the ball where he wants to. When he's got a hitter set up for the inside corner, he can hit it. When he's got him set up for the outside corner, he can hit it. As long as he does that, even that 88-mile-an-hour top-end speed is plenty fast enough. If he's got that control tonight, it's going to be really fun to watch.
An intriguing matchup, certainly. Albers against Matt Moore, who is 15-3 this season. One of the persistent problems for the Twins offensively this year has been strikeouts, and by the time the year is over, they will have obliterated the all-time franchise record for most strikeouts. Of late, called third strikes have been an issue that Ron Gardenhire addressed after last night's loss.
You have to defend the plate. You get 2 strikes on him. Well, that ball is a little low. Well, that ball's too close to kick. You have to swing. You have to fight the ball up. You have to swing the bat. We got too many guys taking pitches like that. I know hitting's not easy. I've been there, and if you've ever been out there, it's not easy with a guy throwing that well. But you have to defend the plate in those situations. You have to put the ball in play. You have no chance when you don't swing.
Hitting is a science, without question. It's not easy, and inexperience is part of the issue for the Twins, but I think the proper mindset is an issue here as well.
It absolutely is. When you're taking strike 3 a lot, there's one of 2 things, and maybe both things, going on. Either you're totally confused and you're letting your brain get in the way of how many pitches the guy's got and what he might throw, and then before you know it, it's on you and you've taken it, or you're just not taking a good 2-strike approach up there to the plate. Once you get 2 strikes, you have to have a whole different mindset about what you're going to try to do and where you're going to try to hit the ball. If you keep trying to pull fastballs by getting the big end of the bat out in front, you're going to be out in front of changeups, you're going to be fooled by slow stuff, and you end up getting frozen and taking it. You got to let the ball get fastball speed, get back on the plate, hit the ball in the opposite field, so that you wait long enough on that slower stuff. You can't hit everything against big league pitching with 2 strikes, but if you give up one spot to hit everything else, your odds are in much better favor than saying, I want to hit this one, and then you're vulnerable to everything else. And I think that's the confusion that's kind of gotten in some of these young hitters' heads.
It certainly has been an interesting season weather-wise, as the boys of summer have experienced winter, summer, and fall, and we're not done yet. First pitch, the Twins and Rays, Dick and Bert, are back next.
rain is lightly falling here at Target Field. Rain started late afternoon, and it's been pretty much raining ever since. Field covered after the Twins took batting practice. The Rays were unable to do that, at least on the field. Of course, there's a batting cages here. Joe Maddon and the Rays were taking their swings in there. And for whatever reason, well, there's several reasons. The Rays are a pretty good ball club, but Joe Maddon's teams have won 10 straight against the Minnesota Twins, including all 5 games so far this year. The Menards batting order for the Rays: Desmond Jennings, Kelly Johnson, Evan Longoria, Will Myers, James Loney, Delman Young, the former Ray, former Twin, back with the Rays, Sean Rodriguez, Jose Lobaton, and Yunel Escobar.
And facing that lineup will be 27-year-old left-handed pitcher Andrew Albers, making his 8th major league start, of course his first against the Tampa Bay Rays. We talked about it in the open, his great outing last time against the Toronto Blue Jays, 7 shutout innings. And like Roy said, he's a guy that's not going to be overpowering. He's going to use all 4 corners of the plate, change speeds, try to keep that offense of the Rays off balance.
Northland Ford defense for the Twins: Josh Willingham in left, Alex Presley in center, Oswaldo Arcia in right, Kloof and Florimone left side of the infield, Dozier, Colabello the right side, Chris Herman, Andrew Albers, personal catcher, back behind the plate. They work together so well in Rochester and AAA, and the results have been encouraging at the big league level.
You know, with Albers' numbers that we showed you, 45 2/3 innings so far this year in the 7 starts, only 3 walks. That's incredible. That shows how much he is around the plate and makes the opponent put the ball in play.
Jerry Lane calling balls and strikes. Alan Porter, Greg Gibson, Hunter Wendelstedt on the bases. First pitch, a swing and a miss. There is some urgency to getting this game in because of where the Rays are in the standings. They are very much in the middle of the wild card race. Neither team has an off day scheduled for the rest of the season, so we're going to try to get this game completed here tonight. Strike 2 taken by Jennings.
Yeah, Jerry Lane behind the plate will be fair, but you know, he'll try to keep the tempo going. And one thing about Albers, and we've seen Matt Moore, they're guys that work pretty quickly too.
2 strikes to Jennings. Popped up a foul ball over the Twins dugout.
Jennings, a guy you want to keep off the bases. 20 stolen bases for the Rays this year. Of the 69 they've been able to steal. In his 4th season with the Rays.
Rays have been struggling over the last 3 weeks. Just 6 wins, 13 losses. But they scored first last night and ended up beating the Twins 3-0. Pulled foul. The Twins obviously struggling. So under any conditions, it might be a race of getting that all-important first run. A couple of teams that are having a hard time scoring runs.
I thought Kevin Correa, like Ron Gardenhire said, he pitched a good ball game, kept the team in, but unable to do anything against Chris Archer for 6 innings, and then their very good bullpen shut the door.
Nothing but strikes so far for Albers. Johnson and Longoria will follow. Change up in the dirt.
Well, only 3 walks in 45 2/3 innings, but also only 20 strikeouts. So again, you know, he's not going to strike out a lot of guys. He makes the ball, makes them put in the play. Now his last outing, 7 shutout innings, a career high at this level, 5 strikeouts, no walks. He's not walked anybody over his last 3 starts.
The center. Presley going back, still going back, makes the catch, 1 away. Pretty well hit ball. A good at bat for Jennings. Getting his first look at Andrew Albers. That'll bring up Kelly Johnson.
Well, 6 pitches into that at bat, but Jennings hit that fly ball to Presley, and that's kind of what a leadoff hitter wants to do, is, you know, make that starter throw 5 or 6 pitches. He fouled off a couple pitches, then hit it sharply, but Presley caught it in center field.
Kelly Johnson takes ball 1. Johnson playing at second base. And a strike called. Albers in his first 2 starts, 8 1/3 innings, no runs allowed, and then a 9-inning 2-hit shutout over the Cleveland Indians. He remains In the middle of September, the only Twins starter to throw a pitch in the 9th inning this year. 2-1. Pops straight up in the air. Plouffe calls for it. Albers runs out of the way. 2 down.
Even there, right there, you saw Chris Herman move outer half of the plate. As a pitcher, you're not going to throw every pitch right where that catcher's glove is. But what he did, watch Chris Herman move right here. Watch the location of that pitch. It's up over the plate, creating that pop-up. But if you're committed to it, let it fly. And that's what Albers does the best he can. 87 and 89 miles an hour.
And where he has really been impressive is over the course of the deep starts he's had. Here's Longoria with 2 gone. And strike 1. That pitch clocked at 87. And the next one will be 3-4 miles or more off of that pace. He doesn't repeat the same velocity.
Good changeup right there at 78.
So you go from 87 to 78. And you've got a really good hitter behind 0-2.
Well, that's pitching. You know, it's not throwing. And I think we're going to see that from Matt Moore, too. He's learning how to pitch. Albers knows how to pitch.
Check swing. Strike 3. Longoria gone. And it's a good first inning for Andrew Albers. On top, Brian Dozier batting second, Ryan Doumit third, Oswaldo Arcia, Trevor Plouffe, Josh Willingham, Chris Polopello, Chris Herman, and Pedro Florimon.
And a left-hander on the mound for the Rays. It'll be Matt Moore making his 24th start, his second against the Twins. He beat the Twins 4-3 in St. Pete back on July 11th. His first start here at Target Field, his 3rd career appearance, and great numbers for Moore. He started the season 8-0, then lost 3 straight, and now over his last 9 starts, 7-0 with a 1.99 earned run average. He has not lost since June 14th against the Royals.
Northland Ford defense for the Rays. Sean Rodriguez in left, Desmond Jennings in center, Will Myers in right, Longoria, Escobar, Johnson, Loney, the infielders. And Matt Moore has always pitched better with Jose Lobaton behind the plate, and that's the combo that Joe Madden is using here for this game.
About the only negative on Matt Moore is that he'll throw a lot of pitches in a short amount of time. Now, this is his 23rd, 4th start. 23 starts, he's thrown 133 innings, so he's averaging less than 6 innings an outing. A lot of walks, but also a lot of strikeouts.
Presley, Dozier, and Doumit to get things started. And a pitch over the inside corner, strike 1. The Twins have not been no-hit this year, but there have been several no-hit bids, and one of them was put together by Moore back on July 11th. Strike Presley. And up high, 1-1. Moore pitched no-hit ball for 5 2/3 innings. Gave up just a walk in that span of time. Dozier doubled. Carroll singled. Twins had a run on the board, and then a couple more runs were charged to Moore in the 8th inning.
But he gave up that 2-run single to Joe Mauer, made it a 4-3 ball game, and he came out of the ball game, and the Rays ended up holding on to that lead.
And you mentioned it's been a long time since he's lost, but he did not pitch at all in the month of August. The Rays shut him down. He had some elbow discomfort, and there was great concern because this guy, as we said in the open, has actually outpitched David Price, whom the Twins will face tomorrow. The reigning Cy Young Award winner. 2-2 to Presley.
Well, Moore last year, 31 starts, won 11 ball games, lost 11 ball games. Got a very good earned run average at 3.18.
2-2. I'm fouling out of play. Probably don't even need to have high definition to tell that it's raining pretty good here at Target Field, and we expect that to continue most of the night. Again, the only option other than getting this game in tonight would be a doubleheader tomorrow, and neither team wants to do that. Two and two. Check swing, foul tip, strike 3. Thought I heard a foul tip, but they went ahead and appealed a check swing. Third base umpire Hunter Wendelstedt said it's strike 3.
Well, you can see that Lobaton sitting outside, the ball running in on Presley. And Hunter Wendelstedt down at third base. Ball was strike 3.
Presley returns to offer his thoughts to hitting coach Tom Bernansky. Here's Brian Dozier. Down the middle, a strike. Game bearing a great importance for the Rays this afternoon. Boston beat the Yankees 5-1. Oakland got a first inning run and beat Texas 1-0. Yu Darvish losing his 4th 1-0 game this year. Toronto beat Baltimore 4-3, so things have broken right already for the Rays in the wild card race. Over for a strike, 1-2.
Yeah, besides the division leaders, there's really 5-6 clubs that are fighting for those 2 spots.
See the Rangers and the Rays in the driver's seat right now, but we've got more than 2 weeks to play, and it's going to be the best race in baseball, with some really good teams slugging it out for 2 spots. 2-2 to Dozier. It was Dozier who broke up Moore's no-hit bid in July in St. Petersburg. Roller to short. It'll be a wet baseball fielded by Escobar, but he has been outstanding this year with just 6 errors on the season and only 2 in the last 99 games. 2 down, and that'll bring up Doman. Coors Light cold hard fact. Moore with some control issues from time to time.
Yeah, 63 walks and 133 innings pitched coming into this ball game, but 124 strikeouts, and that's why the pitch count mounts very quickly if you can make him work. And if his control is off a little bit.
And then he leads the American League with 12 wild pitches. So if you get guys on base, you might get a free base, an extra base somewhere along the way. 1-0 to Doman.
And right-handers actually hitting a little bit less than left-handers against him, but overall just a .212 opponent's batting average against Moore.
1-1.
Right-handers are hitting only .206, left-handers .225. Giving up 11 home runs, 8 to right-handed hitters.
Out in front of another changeup, 1-2.
And that's one thing that Moore said that he's learned from last year to this year is throw more changeups, trust your changeup. Last year his fastball was clocked on an average about 94. This year about 92 because he's throwing that circle changeup more and then mixing in the breaking ball along with that good fastball.
High fastball gets Delman and Moore as a 1-2-3 first inning.
And the Rays, I'm Marnie Gellner. And again tonight, Alex Presley gets a start in center field. He just came over to the Twins in that trade with the Pirates. Ron Gardenhire said he'd like to see a little bit more of Presley, but that he is impressed so far with the job that he's done out there. And Gardy said, we know he doesn't know this league very well yet. He doesn't know the hitters. We give him sheets on all these hitters. And Gardy said at times he'll be playing just a few steps off of where we'd like him to be. But he said it's just little things right now. We've seen that he can hit for sure. And he catches the balls that he's supposed to catch. But Gardy said, we'll see if we can get to these baseballs now that the above average guy will catch in center field. So Dick and Bird, that is the task for Alex Presley out in center for the Twins.
All right, Marnie, hang in there, kid. Losing her voice on a cold, damp night like tonight. Ball fisted wide of first, and that's a fair ball over the head of Colabello. And Will Myers really got jammed, and he was able to drop it softly into right field, just barely in fair territory.
Colabello looked like he kind of reached for that ball, but it was just over his head, and looked like that ball was going to go foul, but he jammed it himself right here. Look at this inside out swing, and just stays fair down that right field line. Myers, who came into this game swinging a hot bat, hitting .348 over his last 7 games, gets his 16th double of the year.
Now James Loney. The Rays have had a tough time scoring runs in their last 19 games, just 51 runs scored. And now we'll see if they can take advantage of this leadoff double. Loney will try to pull the ball to the right side to get Myers up a base. And Albers gets ahead of him, strike one. The Rays 14 games above the 500 mark, the Twins 20 games below.
Loney having a nice bounce back year between the Dodgers and the Red Sox last year. Hit only 6 home runs, drove in only 41 runs in 144 ball games.
And a pulled grounder to Colabello. And Loney gets the job done with Myers moving up to third, 1 away. And that'll bring up Delman Young. Join Fox Sports North for an HD viewing party Thursday beginning at 8:30 at the Maple Tavern in Maple Grove. Watch Minnesota battle Oakland. Enjoy drink specials, win prizes. You can be on TV. Visit foxsportsnorth.com. Click on the upcoming events banner for details. Delman Young is back with the team that brought him to the major leagues, the Tampa Bay Rays, signed him to a minor league deal after he was released by the Phillies.
Gelman celebrating his birthday here today, 28 years old.
Twins have the infield in, and Young takes ball one.
Signed as a free agent on August 22nd after being released by the Phillies.
And uncharacteristically, Young takes 2 pitches. It's 2-0. And his best year with the Twins in 2010 was a key guy for the Twins as they won the won the division championship. 2-0. 3-0 with Sean Rodriguez on deck. Young in 2010 hit .298, 21 home runs, 112 runs batted in, 46 doubles. And I don't believe I ever saw this in the 3.5 years he spent with the Twins. Delmon Young has just taken a 4-pitch walk.
Well, it is his birthday. Albert's working on a double play ball right here. He's had 6 double plays turned behind him in his first 7 starts. See if he can get a ground ball off the bat of Sean Rodriguez.
First and third, 1 away.
Rodriguez, utility type player. He can play some infield here tonight, starting in left field.
Ball 1.
And Herman out to talk to Albers. Get him back in the strike zone.
Albers, as Bert mentioned, has issued just his 4th walk of the year. Walking maybe the most unlikely guy to take a walk. Hoping to get a ground ball hit at somebody. The grounds crew has been working very diligently trying to keep the footing good in the dirt of the infield here. There's a strike 1-1.
Well, Rodriguez has hit into 3 double plays this year.
One and 1 for the Rays left fielder. Swing and a miss. 1-2. This type of situation is where we've seen Albers break out the very slow breaking ball. We saw him not use it for 3-4 innings, and he got in a key spot with Miguel Cabrera a few starts ago. And
yeah, I think right here he's going to stay down in the zone, maybe something off speed, but not that slow, and allow Rodriguez maybe to airborne, get it in the air. But there's exactly what he did right there. Hit it deep enough to score a run.
Well, Rodriguez with a nice job seeing a pitch for the first time, and he got the barrel of the bat on it and lifted it to center.
Only because it's so slow, it allows that hitter to kind of recoil and then get that ball airborne, and Myers scores the first run of the ball game. See, I would have wanted the ball down, get a ground ball. Instead, it's that big, slow curveball, and you see Rodriguez, all he has to do is just get it airborne, exactly what he does. He got plenty of time to wait back and hit that fly ball for the sacrifice fly.
Given where the Twins are, and for that matter where the Rays are, the Tampa Bay Rays again get that all-important first run. Comes here in the second after the leadoff double. That'll bring up Jose Lobaton. Outside, ball 1.
Lobaton, a switch hitter, is a right-handed hitter, hitting .240, .263 as a left-handed hitter.
This is Escobar, not Lobaton. Okay. Assume that the Rays are not batting out of order and that we were given the wrong batting order.
Right. Well, Escobar is not a switch hitter. Here's Lobaton. Batting 9th.
1-0 Rays. Back foul, 1-2. Talked with Joe Madden before the game today, and he was talking how great Escobar has been for his team. Batting average a bit deceiving, he says, because he's lined out into more outs than anybody else on the team. He fouls this one away, but remarked about how steady he's been in the field. We told you just 6 errors on the year, and only 2 of them in the last 99 games.
Yeah, he's been a very good pickup for the Rays, coming over from the Toronto Blue Jay organization. And actually, he was traded over to the Blue Jays in that Miami trade, and then came over from Miami.
2-2. And now a full count. Alber's trying to put the lid on this top of the 2nd inning and get the Twins off the field down by just a run.
I mean, you look at Escobar, Dick. I mean, here's a guy that normally bats 8th or 9th, and he's got 54 RBIs on the year.
Right.
9 home runs.
And now Escobar coming back. I don't know if he has an issue with his bat. Discovered it was cracked. Had to show it to Jerry Lane to get permission to change bats. Little gesture there by Escobar. Escobar patting himself on the chest as he's looking at Albert, saying, "Hey, that's my bad." 3-2, and a bouncer to the right side. Dozier gobbles it up. That ends the inning. The Rays get a leadoff double and the game's first run. The rain has really picked up in intensity, but we'll remind you anyway that you can vote for the Arby's Value Player of the Game. Text the word value followed by a space and the player's name to short code 234-234. Oswaldo Arcia will lead off the 2nd with the Twins down a run 1-0.
You know, once the lineup cards are exchanged, it's up to the club to determine whether you're going to play or not. But now the game is in the hands of the umpires.
And you're looking at the crew chief right there, Jerry Lane. There was so much work done, so much diamond dry dropped on the infield before first pitch in preparation for this. And again, there's You know, if this was a game played in May or June, well, then maybe there's some other options available. But this is a critically important game for the Rays, so everyone bound and determined to do what they can to make sure we get the game in. Arcia peels it back, foul, 1-1. This was a normal afternoon until about 3:30 when it started raining here, and then Larry DeVito, the head groundskeeper, and his crew have been working diligently.
Yeah, everybody's equipment is going to be wet, like the bats right there. Arcia going back, get a little more pine tar on that bat. Make sure he can keep it in his hands.
1-1 to Arcia, the cleanup hitter. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Another good changeup by Moore.
Swing on a high fastball. 3 strikeouts already for Moore.
Yeah,
One away.
Moore has actually pitched better on the road than he has on the at home at Tropicana Field. 8-1 on the road in 13 starts with an ERA of 2.88.
Day game tomorrow, and then the final week of the season will be spent here at Target Field, and you can be here. Bring a business, church, or school group. Visit twinsbaseball.com/groups or call 800-33-TWINS. Get a great deal on remaining group tickets today.
Already with 3 strikeouts. He had 10 strikeouts in his outing in July against the Twins. A couple starts prior to that, he had a career high 11 strikeouts in a game.
1-0. And a strike at the knees, 1-1. This is kind of similar to weather conditions we had the first game in New York right before the All-Star break. Yankees got a couple of early runs, and Twins really weren't able to get anything going. Twins do what they can to try to avoid a repeat of that. It was the only game the Yankees won in that series. 2-1. Pulled foul wide of third. 2-2.
Well, Trevor's one of the hottest Twins hitters. Over his last 19 ball games since August 24th, he's hitting .324, 24 hits in his last 74 at bats.
2-2. Breaking ball got him. 5 batters, 4 strikeouts, and at least there's small consolation for Twins fans. They've all been swinging strikeouts. You can get interactive with us on our AT&T Twitter poll. Which American League contending manager would you most like in your dugout during October? Use the appropriate hashtag. Vote for Joe Madden, John Farrell, Jim Leland, Bob Melvin, Ron Washington.
5 very good managers.
Here's Josh Willingham taking inside, ball 1. Willingham didn't play in the ball game last night. Madden with the hoodie on, standing in the rain. Willingham taps it foul, 1-1. And Moore really good. His record 15-3. His win percentage 833, second only to Max Scherzer in the American League.
Rays are 18-5 when he starts a ball game. Of course, 15-3 coming into the ball game.
And Willingham watches a changeup dip low, 2-1. Ron Gardenhire said yesterday of the Tampa Bay model for success, it's like these pitchers keep coming out of a mold someplace. Great arms, great stuff, throw strikes, work with some tempo and conviction on the mound. And of course, that's the mold that the Twins want to find and duplicate if they could somehow. 3-1. And Willingham takes a walk. They'll bring up Colabello.
Twins have put only one ball in play, and that was the ground ball to short off the bat of Brian Dozier.
Colabello playing at first base. Chris Parmelee played there last night, or at least started there. Moore going behind the mound to try to improve his footing on the mound.
That was the hardest thing as a pitcher to have to worry about. One little slip. I want to make sure that all that mud underneath those spikes.
One and 0 to Colabello. Thankfully, the rain hasn't stopped, but it's much better than it was about 5 minutes ago. And we'll have that tonight. It's just going to be that kind of a night. Lobaton to the mound with Colabello now in a favorable 2-0 count.
Remember, it was Herman last inning after Albers threw 5 straight balls out of the strike zone. He went out and settled down Albers. Lobaton doing the same thing. Lobaton and Moore have been working very good together. Very good ERA when Lobaton catches Moore compared to Molina.
Two 2-0 to Colabello. Dribbler up the line. That will stay fair. And the first hit of the game traveled 89 feet. Longoria decided to go ahead and pick it up rather than let it risk hitting the bag and skipping into left field. So it wasn't well hit at all, but the Twins get the tying run to second.
Yeah, but not much you can do about this. A swinging bunt pretty much down that third baseline. And Longoria right at the bag, seeing that it's going to be, fair ball. It's not going to roll foul. Just picks it up. Gives it back to Moore.
Now Chris Herman, Twins catcher. Swing and a foul tip, 1 strike. The Rays have gone through the whole season with just 2 catchers, Lobaton and Molina. The Twins have had 6 different catchers: Joe Mauer, Ryan Doumit, Drew Butera, Eric Fryer, Herman, and Josmil Pinto.
Yeah, when Lobaton is behind the mound when Moore pitches, he has a ERA at 2.38. And Molina catches him 5.47.
Kicks away, and the runners will move up.
And another wild pitch for Moore. That's his 13th of the year. The breaking ball down. It gets away from Lobaton. And deflecting over to his left. Allows both base runners, Willingham and Colabello, to advance the base.
1-1 to Herman. Looking for a 2-out hit. That might put the Twins in front. Off the plate. Rays got a run with a doink double. Ground ball advancing the runner and a fly ball. And now the Twins rally consists of a 2-out walk, a number up the third baseline, and a wild pitch. On the ground, fielded by Johnson, and the threat dies for the Twins. 2 left aboard, and as we go to the third, it's 1-0 Tampa Bay. in front. Sanford Health injury report. Alfonso Soriano, the latest Yankee to go down with an injury. 2 days ago it was Derek Jeter. Yesterday it was Brett Gardner, and now Alfonso Soriano had a right thumb issue, I guess, for the last several days. Finally enough to get him out of the lineup.
Well, he did a good job for him since he came over to the Cubs, but the Yankees have had a lot of injuries.
Twins have a staff meteorologist, Craig Edwards, and between innings Jerry Lane came over to get the weather forecast from somebody who knows what he's talking about. And we'll have to wait and see what transpires here. Right now, if it's raining at all, it's raining very, very lightly. 1-0 Rays. Jose Lobaton at the plate. First pitch hit down the line, fair. Lobaton has a single, and he'll hold up with that. Willingham with a strong one-hop throw.
Yeah, good job by Willingham getting over there and getting that ball back in as quick as he can. Looked like a double all the way. Lobaton jumping on that first pitch. And that ball just hugging the line right over the bag. And you can see how far Willingham has to get to this ball. Does a good job of keeping Lobaton at first. Second hit for the Rays.
Desmond Jennings, the batter, had a fairly long at bat with Albers. Ended up lining out to center field. Popped up to right center field. And Arcia with the catch on away.
The Rays come out swinging at that first pitch.
We've seen that from teams facing Albers, maybe measuring him the first time through the order, then getting the confirmation they need that he just loves to get ahead, strike one, and it might be the best pitch to hit, so go ahead and go after it.
Well, that's a good thing for Albers. So just, throw a strike, but make a good strike, and then let the hitter get themselves out. Maybe that's why in 7 starts they've been able to go 7 innings in 5 of the 7.
Shelton, the hitting coach rather for the Rays. Kelly Johnson hit a pop-up to Plouffe between third base and the mound, and there's strike one from Albers. When he has pitched well, and there have been 3 outstanding starts and another one that was pretty good for Albers. Total of 7 starts, and 4 of them have been among the best the Twins have had this year. Swing and a miss. We've described it this way. He makes it look easy because there's really nothing fancy about how he goes about his business. You get ahead of hitters, and then you try to finish them off, not by striking them out, but by simply getting them to put the ball in play.
Change speeds. 7 of 11 first pitch strikes.
Foul back.
Then you can toy with them a little bit. You can throw that ball off the plate. Puts the hitter on the defense rather than the offense if you continually fall behind an account. .37 pitches, 26 strikes.
2 strikes to Johnson. Missing with a fastball down and in. Albers has been much more effective against right-handers than left-handers. Left-handers hitting just about 300 against him. Johnson stands in there with 1 out and 1 on. Popped up near third. Plouffe near the tarp. And he makes the catch. Out number 2. And before Evan Longoria comes up, nightly on Fox Sports Live, join Jay Onright and Dan O'Toole, along with Donovan McNabb, Andy Roddick, and Carissa Thompson, as they bring you all the scores, news, and highlights you need. Catch Fox Sports Live nightly on Fox Sports 1. 2 down. Lobaton still at first, and now Longoria. Longoria on a check swing, struck out to wrap up the first inning. Albers misses, ball 1. middle of strike.
And that's what we've seen too. Ball one, get back, strike one, get back to 1-1.
Last 2 pitches clocked at 85. And he dials it up to 87, comes up around the letters and gets a swing and a miss.
We've seen as high as 88, low as 66. Probably that fly ball that Rodriguez hit for the sacrifice fly.
1-2. Longoria lays off the next fastball. Right field corner, and a fair ball. Lobotone to third. They're going to wave him around. Dozier's throw to the plate, not in time, and now Longoria will reach third with Herman unable to get a grip on the wet baseball.
That looked like Arcia had a little trouble getting that ball in the corner. Longoria taking the pitch the other way. Should be an RBI double for Longoria, and then advancing on the throw home. Something off speed. Longoria taking that ball right down the right field line. Bingo bongo bingo right there. You can see Arcia having a tough time just getting that ball back in as it hits the wall a couple times and gets away from him. And that's what Tom Foley, the third base coach, saw. And then Longoria scooting from second to third.
So a couple of big extra base hits to the opposite field. And it is 2-0. Ripped foul off the bat of Will Myers. It was Myers who made contact right off the trademark of the bat. And he dumped a little flare right down the right field line for a leadoff double.
And it is an RBI double for Longoria, and then advancing on the throw home. Here, if you're keeping score at home, and Longoria picking up the 76th RBI of the year.
There's one loop to center field. And Presley with a diving catch in center. Alex Presley with a great catch to end the third inning. Is presented by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. By Grand Casino, the best stories start here. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of us.
Well, Albers not a strikeout pitcher, so you need good defense, and that's exactly what Alex Presley gave him right there for the final out. Kind of deja vu from last night. The Royals scored in the second and third innings, take a 2-0 lead, but watch Presley right there, definitely saving a run. Nice diving catch for the final out.
Presley will hit second behind Pedro Florimon, the Twins shortstop. Florimon, Presley, and Dozier in the third against Matt Moore, who now has a 2-0 lead. The Twins lost 3-0 last night and did not play sharply in the field at all. And a nice catch by Presley, keeping it a 2-0 ball game. 1-0 to Florimon, and a Tapper foul. Eduardo Escobar played it short last night for the Twins. Florimon back there, the regular shortstop for the Twins. Swing and a miss on that changeup.
He's got a good one, that circle change. Stick that with that 92-mile-an-hour fastball. And this is the side of the plate that Florimon has struggled all season long, just hitting 182 as a right-handed hitter. Another changeup. Ball landing in front of the plate.
Florimon has stabilized the position for the Twins this year. You can see the reins picked up again. But he has 16 errors, so you can imagine how impressed Joe Maddon has been with Escobar committing just 6 errors on the season. 2-2. Tapper to short, and it's Escobar getting another chance. 1 down.
Well, last time Matt Moore faced the Twins back on July 11th in Tampa, or St. Pete, he struck out 10 in that ball game. 7 1/3 innings, gave up only 3 hits, a couple walks.
And in August, some elbow issues, and the Rays reacted to it. A lot of people in baseball maybe overreacted, thinking, oh, this is it, Tommy John surgery and all that. But the Rays monitored it, worked their talented left-hander back into shape, and he's pitched very well since getting the month of August off.
Well, they gave him some extra time too. You know, you're put on that 15-day disabled list, and they felt like he was okay, but they wanted to make sure that when he came back that that irritation in that elbow was no more. So he spent about 5 weeks on a disabled list from July 31st to September 3rd.
2-0 to Presley, ended up striking out in the first inning. 3-0 with Dozier on deck.
Moore walked Willingham last inning.
Presley takes all the way. It's a strike. Twins have won just 3 of their last 18 home games. 3-2.
Oh, good location of that fastball, down and away. Nice fluid delivery for Moore. He's 24 years old in his 3rd season with the Rays. A couple of years ago, came up late. Made only 1 start, 3 appearances last year, 11 wins.
Presley works the count 3-0, and then Moore comes back and strikes him out on the next 3 pitches.
And strikeout number 5 for Moore. Good angle right there, just overpowers Presley. Gets to that balance point, high leg kick, and let her fly.
Brian Dozier bounced to short his first time up.
You know, Twins are going to see another pitcher tomorrow, David Price, that even though he throws 94, 95, he also has a very good changeup.
1-0 to Dozier. It's not been the most efficient night for Moore again. This will be his 50th pitch so far. He's only thrown 26 strikes.
Well, he's faced 11 batters now. He's only been able to get strike one on 3 of the 11. So not the strike to ball ratio you would like. You'd like 2 strikes to every ball thrown. Or every ball, excuse me.
Well, now it's 3-0 to Dozier. It was 3-0 to Presley.
I'd like to have 2 strikes to every baseball I threw. Throw it down the middle, all of a sudden it's 0-2.
You did okay on your own. You didn't need any help. And Dozier takes a 4-pitch walk. That'll get Doman to the plate, representing the tying run.
And again, even though he's 15-3, you can see why he only goes maybe 6 or 7 innings because of that high pitch count. A lot of walks, a lot of strikeouts, creates a lot of pitches in a short amount of time.
More with the well, it used to be a tongue depressor. That looks like a butcher knife.
Yeah, again, you know, all that mud accumulates underneath those spikes. Some type of ratchet.
Here's Doman, struck out swinging in the first. Up and away, ball 1.
And Lobatone's going to go out and talk to his left-hander. Get him back focused into the strike zone. We don't like to see a catcher go out there every inning, but there are times. We saw Herman do it to Albers. This is the second time that Lobatone has gone out to try to settle down Matt Moore, try to get him back down in the strike zone. He's had 3 games this year where he has walked 6 in a game.
One and 0 to Doman. 2-0. He was able to recover after falling behind Presley. 3-0 to strike him out. A 4-pitch walk. Now 2-0 to Doman. 9 of the last 12 pitches have been out of the strike zone.
Well, 2 of Doman's home runs have come against lefties. Good swing right there.
2-1.
2 of his 12 home runs.
Twins as a team have hit 142 home runs and allowed 143. A much more compressed total than the last couple of years when the Twins were badly out-homered. Dozier at first base, the team leader with 17. Over for a strike, 2-2.
A good breaking ball there.
Rain falling heavier now. Two and 2 to Ryan Doman. 3-2. Dozier will be able to leave early with Arcia on deck.
And Loney holding on Dozier, not giving him a big lead.
Ball 4. A near walk of Presley, and now actual walks to Dozier and Doman.
And it'll be Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, coming out to talk to his left-hander. Quick trip to the mound by Jim Hickey.
Moore tending to his spikes again.
Well, as a pitcher, you do have the opportunity, if need be. And Jerry Lane will be walking slowly out to the mound. Maybe he might need some of that diamond dust, you know, in front of that pitching rubber.
There's a rubber scraping mat on the backside of the mound that I haven't seen Moore try to use. Rosenbank's virtually worthless right now, isn't it?
Oh no, it's good and wet.
Arcia struck out swinging his first time up. 103rd strikeout and 314 at bats for the rookie.
Now, the biggest thing when that mud, accumulates on the bottom of your shoes, you just don't want to slip.
Strike on the outside corner.
Between innings, the ground crew will go out there and throw some more diamond dust out there, try to keep it dry where the pitchers land.
Two strikes.
Well, he's just overpowering RC. He did it in his first at bat, just threw fastballs right by him. And RC is swinging at that high fastball, the one that it doesn't seem like he can catch up to.
0-2 with 2 men aboard and 2 out. Number and Moore turns and fires and just gets Arcia to end the inning. The 2 walks do no damage. On to the 4th, it's 2-0. Battle of left-handers.
Well, Matt Moore, 60 pitches in 3 innings, but he has 4 ground ball outs and 5 strikeouts for his 9 outs so far. Longoria with a 1-0 lead for the Rays. He hooked one into the corner, and Lobatone scores from first base. Longoria moves over to third with an RBI double. And between innings, you can see the diamond dust, the light dirt there. As between innings, they did that, but not only the pitcher's mound, they did it almost at home plate, other places in the infield. A very soggy night here at Target Field. Moore made a nice play on this. Watch this right here. Make sure he's under control, and then throws the ball on the infield side away from Arcia, who was hustling down that line. So a nice defensive play by Moore.
Andrew Albers gave up a single run in the second, a single run in the third. In each case, the Rays were able to get a leadoff hit, a double in the second, a single in the third. It'll be Loney, Young, and Rodriguez in the 4th. Loney with a ground ball to Colabello his first time up. One score that isn't breaking right for the Rays. Cleveland is leading Chicago 5-0. The Indians very much in the wild card race, looking for their 80th win of the year. Tampa Bay has 80. They've lost 66. A liner to Florimo all right. And that'll bring up Delman Young. Twins tickets remain available and affordable. Some seats Starting at just $8, you can check out the Steal of the Week and demand-based pricing for more great deals on single games for the rest of the season. These and other special deals available every day of the week at twinsbaseball.com/tickets or by calling 800-33-TWINS. Delmon Young drew a 4-pitch walk on his 28th birthday. And he tees off on the first pitch of the 4th inning. Sliding is Willingham to come up and get a quick retrieve to the infield.
Now we've seen Willingham showing some range here. He kept Lobaton to a base hit, and that ball was hit down the third base line, and right there he kind of split the gap, able to slide and then keep Delmon Young, who jumps on that first pitch. And watch Willingham right here get to it, slide, bounce right back up and keep Delmon Young at first base.
Been watching Brian Dozier at second base. Sean Rodriguez with a fly ball to center to drive in the first run of the game back in the second inning. And first ball swinging, the chopper foul. Rodriguez, a utility player for the Rays, and Joe Madden feels a whole lot more comfortable putting Rodriguez out in left field. Delmon Young, when he plays for the Rays, it'll probably be against left-handed pitching, and it'll probably be as a designated hitter. Kind of a shrewd move by the Rays, though, because Delmon, despite his journeyman status, I guess, over the last few years, he's been a great postseason hitter, or at least he was for the Tigers. And so the Rays, in their desire to get to the postseason, figured with very little risk. Pop up wide of first, chased by Colabello, and he won't get there. With very little risk, you've got a playoff veteran in Delmon Young, who's been able to hit the ball at his best in the postseason.
Delmon's always been a good hitter. Came in, this year a .283 career hitter. Again, released by the Phillies. Sometimes you go to the National League where Delmon Young went for the first time. You're not used. He's not going to play a lot of defense. There's not much need for Delmon, in the National League, where the American League you can DH.
2 strikes. It's the second year in a row where the Phillies kind of opened a lot of eyes by taking a player who was designated as a designated hitter in the American League and trying to give him a position. They went with Delmon Young in the outfield this year. The year before that, they gave Jim Thome a first baseman's mitt. That didn't work out too well either. 1-2. And now 2-2. Albers with 54 pitches, I beg your pardon, and 37 strikes. Rays have scratched across a couple of runs. The biggest hits, a couple of opposite field doubles. Two and two. And now a full count.
Rodriguez more of a contact type hitter. We'll see if Tom Foley and Joe Madden, Tom Foley, the third base coach, have Delmon taking off here.
Stays put, the ball whacked to left. Rodriguez with an extended at bat, got something up, drove it hard to left field, and everything in the 4th inning here has been hit rather solidly.
Yeah, that ball just left up right there, a 3-2 pitch. Rodriguez middle in, just like I said, he's more of a contact type hitter, not a high average, but doesn't strike out much, and able to get his hands through there and get a base hit.
Yunel Escobar and a bouncer to Dozier to wrap up the 2nd inning. Fouled off a leg, strike one.
Albers getting called up on August 2nd when his contract was purchased from AAA Rochester, where he had made 22 starts, won 11 ball games. Very good ERA under 3.
Flared foul.
Made a nice impression this year. Just his 8th major league start.
You're watching Albers for the first time. It used to be really odd to see a starting pitcher pitch from the stretch the entire time, whether men are on base or not. But then when we were in Texas, most of us were in Texas. You weren't on that road trip.
It's on vacation.
2 strikes. And a dribbler foul. Darvish of the Rangers pitches exclusively from the stretch. Travis Blackley made the start for the Rangers. He pitched exclusively from the stretch.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, the windup is good if you feel comfortable being able to get to the balance point. But, you know, of course, now he's in the stretch position with runners on. But, you know, with nobody on, your basic fundamental of pitching is get to that balance point and then explode toward home plate. Doesn't matter how you get there.
Missing inside. Well, right before we hit the air tonight, the Fox Sports North played a Twins Classic game that had Brian Dunsing on the mound when he was pitching from the full windup. But his windup was so compact, it's hardly different than where he's pitching now from the stretch. 1-2. Slow breaking ball. And Dozier tried to get over to make a play on it. Might have slipped. Here's the ball coming through, the throw coming through. It's an RBI single for Yunel Escobar and a 3-0 ball game. 3 straight singles.
He went back to that slow breaking ball left up, and Escobar waited back nicely, just like Rodriguez did in the 2nd inning when he hit the sacrifice fly. Watch Rodriguez wait back nicely, hitting right back up the middle. And with the turf being wet, you see Dozier slipping a little bit. Don't know if he would have been able to get it on dry turf. But runners at the corners, Escobar picking up his 55th RBIs, 3-0 lead.
Again, everything has been hit very sharply here in the 4th inning against Albers. Lobaton, the batter, singled leading off the 3rd and scored the 2nd Tampa Bay run. 3-0, and Albers doing what he can here to try to keep this game from slipping away. Escobar dives back toward the bag but never makes contact with it. He's stuck in the dirt.
Take a look at Escobar. Whoops.
Only out of the inning, a line out. Boney hit the ball sharply to Florimo. 3 singles have followed. High fastball gets a swing and a miss.
Yeah, a lot of time what we have seen from Albers, he'll get ground balls. Only 2 ground balls so far, 7 fly ball outs.
6 hits for the Rays.
Just means that you're getting the ball up. You got to work that sinker down. Get a ground ball here. See that ball up again.
Rodriguez talking with Tom Foley, and I can just a guess on my part. Albers looks like when he's locked in the stretch position, he's looking only at the runner at first. Rodriguez, pretty good athlete. Plouffe might try to keep him a little closer to third base to keep Rodriguez from thinking about stealing home. Just off the inside corner, 1-2.
A lot of left-handers will do that. They get to that stretch position with a runner on. They'll pay more attention to that one at first, but I believe there's what Rodriguez is going to be able to do is get a pretty good jump on a ground ball. He's going to get off the bag as far as Plouffe is from third base.
Rain coming down harder than it's come down at any time today. Adding to the difficulty of the situation with the Rays already up 3-0. 3 straight hits on the board.
One thing as a pitcher is to keep your hands from getting too wet, too, with the rain coming down.
Slow breaking ball lifted to center. Presley has to backpedal, and it'll make it deep enough to score Rodriguez from third, and it's 4-0.
Yeah, another sacrifice fly.
On another slow curve.
Right.
The bottom of the Rays batting order, a productive trip here in the 4th inning, and it's a 4-0 lead.
I like the slow curve, just not in those situations where you make it so slow that allows that hitter to almost double clutch. Watch Lobaton right there, almost weighted back and then just serves it in the center field the same way that Rodriguez did in the 2nd inning.
You're always talking about bouncing that curveball. Would that be a better location for it?
Yeah, I just don't like that slow curveball in that situation. I want a ground ball. And you know how I'm going to get a ground ball is that good sinker down in the strike zone. But everything is right now for Albers up in the zone.
I'm afraid it might be a challenge after this half inning to continue play. It's really coming down. 1-0 to Jennings. A strike called, 1-1. Viewers appreciate a good grounds crew. The players do, and certainly the umpires do. If we're able to continue to play, it's going to be because of the grounds crew here at Target Field, doing an incredible job pre-treating the infield dirt here to make the field playable, to allow the traction to be good enough to continue play.
Well, we're sitting up a little bit on, high here. We can see the almost a reflection, say, between third and short and up the middle. Well, there's a lot of water setting.
They put an extraordinary amount of diamond dry on the field.
Yeah. See that right there? Yep. You see all that water right there.
And they treat the high traffic areas where the third baseman, the shortstop, the second baseman, and the first baseman play, and around the bases where players might be running. But the less attended to areas of the infield are glistening right now. And it's really coming down.
Well, both sides are playing in this slush right now.
But the question is, for how long? 2-2. Pulled foul. Twins, of course, played 28 years of indoor baseball.
26 pitches for Albers so far this inning.
Two and two. Popped up. And this will be a challenge for Colabello. Makes the play to end the inning. But 3 straight hits, eventually 2 more runs, and it's 4-0. crew chief Jerry Lane said we got to stop this, and so the tarp is back on the field here at Target Field with the Rays in front 4-0.
As I mentioned, Dick, it becomes, once those lineup cards are exchanged at home plate, then it's up to the umpires to decide, and of course they're going to use all their sources to see what this front is doing, if it's staying or if it's some clear. But the last thing you want, and the Rays are in that wild card race. They're probably not going to win their division. Boston's running away with the American League Eastern Division, but the last thing you want is grounds like this is for one of their players or a Twins player to go out and injure themselves.
Yeah, Longoria, of course, has had so many hamstring issues in his career. If he's running the bases and spins out rounding second base, that could be a crippling blow to the Rays. So
believe me, it's hard to pitch too in this type of weather, and I think we saw it from Albers in the 4th inning. Tough to grip the baseball when it's moist, and you're trying to keep your hands warm.
Given the calendar date, we can just about guarantee that we'll have more baseball tonight. But 4-0, the Rays in front. Matt Moore hoping that he can get back on the mound before too long of a delay.
That's the question right there. How long? Now this guy, remember, spent some time on a disabled list with a sore left elbow. Well, he didn't show any soreness so far tonight. 5 strikeouts for Moore. Only 3. He had walked 2 in the 3rd inning with 3 walks total. But all the outs by the Twins have been recorded either on the ground or via the strikeout.
You can be assured that the Twins, again, who employ their own meteorologist, they're on top of it. And the umpires have been informed, and we hope that we'll have a short delay here. But the Rays have already seen the Rangers lose again, 1-0 to the Oakland A's. The Yankees have lost. The Orioles have lost. The Indians are leading 5-0. But this has so far been a really good weekend for the Rays, who came into this weekend slumping.
Well, if it starts right now, we still have, 15 games left for these teams that are in the race. But Tampa Bay would be, one of the wild card races, along with the Texas Rangers, with Boston, the A's, and Oakland winning the division.
You can see the Rays head home after this series ends tomorrow. 4 games with the Rangers, 4 games with the Orioles. 3 with the Yankees, and then 3 with Toronto. But really a tough part of the schedule because of who they're playing. 11 of the 14 remaining games for Tampa Bay, the very teams that the Rays will be competing against to try to win a wild card spot. 4-0 Tampa Bay. They won last night 3-0. The Twins do have a hit on a roller up the line off the bat of Chris Colabello, but we are in rain delay here at Target Field, and we will take a break and return with more here from rainy Minneapolis in a moment. Here's what we are dealing with. The green we don't like, and we got a lot of green. A lot of rain rolling through the Twin Cities area. The white we like, and that's headed our way. So we hope this is a short rain delay, and we will assume we'll have more baseball coming here in just a little while. In the meantime, the folks at Fox Sports North celebrating 25 years of covering Twins baseball. And other than the color of the play-by-play man's hair color, a lot of things have changed in the TV business, and we're going to show you a feature about the way that baseball's been covered on Fox Sports North and MSC over the last 25 years.
In just a matter of moments, Tom Hanneman and Roy Smalley back on Twins Live. It's time to bring in Marnie Gellner with our Grand Casino Social Spotlight of the night.
Well, Tom, tonight the Twins are facing Matt Moore, very talented young left-handed pitcher, and he only went 3 innings tonight before the rains came in, but he struck out 5 hitters in that time and only gave up 1 Minnesota hit. So in our Grand Casino Social Spotlight tonight, we are wondering which left-handed starter would you least like to face? For some people, Matt Moore may be on that list. Use the hashtag #LightsOutLefty. We have a couple of tweets already from Ryan Flickinger, Kershaw, and from Tim Howell, David Price. Dick and Bert, more tweets as the game moves on.
All right, thank you very much, Marnie. Yep. And a rain delay of just over 2 hours will end with Trevor Plouffe standing in the box against obviously a different relief pitcher.
Yeah, Brandon Gomes coming in, making an appearance, his 18th out of that bullpen.
And he delivers strike 1 to Trevor Plouffe.
Hey, first of all, great job by the ground crew.
I tell you, it's amazing. I looked up, and at one point I counted 17 men and women.
Yep. It's almost a whole new infield. They put so much diamond dust on that infield, like a new layer. Good slider right there. That's what Gomes features, a fastball in the low 90s, hard slider, and then a split finger. Those are his numbers right there. Spent some time on a disabled list, went back to the minor leagues, then called up on August 30th. High ERA, but he is a strikeout pitcher.
And Plouffe lifts one to left field, heading back, and now coming in is Rodriguez. And he has to make a lunging catch, and remembering, of course, that all the water that was on the tarp got dumped in left field. Tremendous drainage here, but still the footing might be a little bit treacherous.
For all 3 outfielders. The warning track still with puddles here and there, but all in all, the field looks in great shape.
1 down, Josh Willingham.
But we're up here.
Yes. Yeah, it was amazing to watch 17 men and women out there in the field. Great teamwork. Getting this field ready, and you'd be hard pressed. I don't know. I'm guessing we probably got about a ½ inch of rain during the afternoon and evening hours here, but this field looks fantastic.
Which is needed in the area.
Absolutely. Strike 1 to Willingham. Drew a walk, got as far as third base. Twins still haven't scored a run against the Rays in this series. Shut out last night, 3-0. And down and away in the dirt, 1-1.
Gomes, 29 years old, originally signed by the Padres back in 2007. And now a Ray in his 3rd season with the Rays, up and down all the last 3 years. Good minor league numbers.
Up and in, 2-1. The Rays scored a run in the top of the 2nd, 1 in the top of the 3rd, then 2 in the top of the 4th. The Twins had threats in the 2nd and 3rd, thanks largely to 3 walks issued by Matt Moore. Sky behind second base. Jennings with the wind pushing it in, and he has to reach at the end. A temperature change from the start of the game, and also a wind change, with what appears to be pretty much a north wind now blowing in over the left field wall.
Yeah, it's cooled down dramatically, really.
2 down, Chris Colabello. He has the only Twins hit here tonight, and it was a squibber right up the third baseline, and Evan Longoria caught it right before it would have hit the third base bag. It wasn't hit at all well, but it did stand as a hit against Moore. Inside, ball 1.
See Gomes setting up that baseball in his hand as a split finger, and then we'll move it around in the glove.
Fouled away. And the reason they do that is you can more easily shift out of the split finger grip than into it. That might be noticeable by a hitter.
Right. If you start with a fastball and all of a sudden now you're digging for that splitter in your glove, you may do something with your glove that maybe lets that hitter know. You see the split right there. And then if it's something else, fastball, slider, he'll move it around in the glove. And it's a fastball, great location.
And Colabello takes it for a strike, 1-2.
Yeah, Gomes came over from the Padres in the Jason Bartlett trade back in December of 2010.
And Colabello strikes out. And Gomes comes in and pitches a quick 1-2-3. Bottom of the fourth inning. Josh Reddick will pitch next for the Twins. New premium. Is presented by McDonald's. Try the new premium McWrap at McDonald's today. I'm loving it. And by Toyota. Let's go places. To find your nearest Toyota dealer and check out our current offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Pepsi fans of the game enduring a rain delay of 2 hours and 4 minutes. Hanging around to watch some baseball in light rain now between the Rays and the Twins. Our Century link to what's next. Josh Reddick getting a call after the rain delay.
Yeah, he's had a couple tough outings here on this homestand. One last Saturday a week ago against the Toronto Blue Jays, gave up 3 runs, and then on Wednesday gave up 4 runs in that 18-3 loss. So in the last 2 innings that he has pitched, he's given up 7 earned runs. So Reddick needs a good outing here.
Fouled away run. Gardenhire talking about the bullpen and how healthy they've been, and for the most part successful, and probably the best component on this Twins team this year. But all the while reminding everyone how risky it is to use a bullpen as often as the Twins used one in the first 5 months. It's less of a concern now in September because there are some more bodies out there, but that Reneke and Presley and Dunsing and Perkins and all those guys have remained relatively healthy is a bit remarkable.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you look at Anthony. We showed you Anthony Swarzak. I mean, he leads all of baseball as far as innings pitched out of a bullpen. There are the bullpen crew.
2-2. Reneke to Johnson. And he missed with a fastball. 3-2. Johnson, Longoria, and Myers in the 5th inning for Tampa Bay. And a strikeout. Good start to the 5th inning for Reneke.
And Reneke, 44 strikeout and 58 innings pitched. Good fastball up in the zone. And Johnson swinging through it.
while we were in rain delay, a couple of finals in the American League. Irvin Santana did most of the heavy lifting, and Kansas City shut out Detroit 1-0. It's the second 1-0 game in the American League today. Earlier, Oakland beat Texas by that score. Cleveland beat the White Sox 8-1, and now the Angels have just posted a 6-2 final over the Houston Astros. 2 strikes quickly to Longoria. Longoria dropped an RBI double into the right field corner in the 3rd inning for the second Tampa Bay run.
If you weren't with it, Andrew Albers worked the first 4 innings, gave up 6 hits, 4 runs.
Very high, 2-2. So most of what could have broken right for the Rays has broken right in terms of other games, and so far tonight they've taken care of business here with a 4-0 lead. Swinging a foul, still 2-2. Wild card contenders New York, Texas, Baltimore have lost. Kansas City won, Cleveland won.
And you know the Rays as a ball club are scoreboard watching. This is that time of the year. They know what they need to do, but you can look at the scoreboard all you want. You have to take care of business.
That's the difference between what's happening around the Rays and what's happening around the Rangers these days. Rangers, I'm sure, are scoreboard watching too, but they're not taking care of business. 3-2. Get a well-pitched ball game today from Yu Darvish, but you lose it 1-0. A rocket right over the back of Renicky.
Longoria picks up his second hit.
If you're looking for something extra special to take home after a game at Target Field, check out the kiosk at the ballpark that has a vast array of game-used merchandise. It might be a bat, could be a ball, a jersey, scorecard. All items used in a game here at Target Field. Next time you're at a ball game, stop by, find something unique. Definitely feels like fall, and then after fall you have Christmas coming up. If you want to do some Christmas shopping here at the ballpark, might not be a bad idea. Will Myers with a double and a lineout, and he hit the lineout infinitely harder than he did the double. He got jammed and looked like he pushed it right off the trademark down the right field line for a leadoff double in the second. And then he hit a sinking line drive to center, and Alex Presley made a great diving catch in center to end the inning. 1-0. And now a strike. We had a rain delay of 2 hours and 4 minutes. Given the calendar and where the Rays are in the standings, it could have been 4 hours and 4 minutes. This game was going to be resumed almost certainly. Neither team has an off day left, and now you can see the rain's picked up again.
Well, you see Myers at the plate, 6'3". Doesn't bend much, but boy, he's got quick hands.
Florimo picks off the line drive. Myers having one of those interesting nights. Gets jammed beyond belief, and he gets a double, and he's hit 2 balls on the button for outs.
I say it all evens out, but you know, right there, good extension right at Florimone for the second out. And Florimone keeping an eye right there of Longoria, who's scooted back to first.
James Loney 0 for 2. He lined out to Florimone in his last at bat before the rain delay. Strike on the outside corner. Rays need 2 more wins this year to clinch their 6th straight winning season.
Remember how many years they were the doormat in the American League.
Popped up short left. Willingham coming in, Florimone out. It's Florimone the shortstop, squeezing it to end the top of the 5th.
Tampa Bay leads the Twins 4-0 at Target Field, and we are in the Minnesota Lottery Winner's Circle. We have $100 worth of scratch-off tickets from the Minnesota Lottery. They go to Vince and Leona Arcino tonight from St. Paul. They are not only married 70 years, they both have birthdays this week. They are each turning 92 years young. Vince, you and I were chatting. What is the secret to the 92 years?
We play golf 3 times a week, 9 holes, and we walk it. And we also walk an hour every day. Usually when we were younger, we used to walk longer, but now that we're 92, we're down to about 1.5 miles a day.
Back when you were 91, you were up a little more.
God bless
and
her.
Leona's a better walker than I am. I have to keep up with her.
Congratulations on the anniversary and the birthdays. You guys waited out the rain delay. And I told you get a chance to say hi to your family who's watching tonight. Who's watching you?
Well, all our grandkids, our great-kids are watching, and we also hope our friends are watching. Hi, everybody. We had a good time at the ballpark, even though we had to wait for the rain delay. We had a lot of fun here watching everybody perform. It's been a real wonderful occasion. Thank you very much.
You guys are a great example of what 92 years and 70 years of marriage should look like. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you very much.
God bless them. We saw them before the ball game, and they were proudly showing the sign of being married 70 years and going to turn 92. Marnie, great find.
2-2. The leadoff batter for the Twins here in the 5th, Chris Herman, the catcher, and he fouls it at the plate.
Yeah, new pitcher for the Rays, Wesley Wright, coming into the ball game. He was claimed off waivers from the Houston Astros back on August 12th. Hard-throwing left-hander. Those are his combined numbers between the Astros and the Rays.
Hit hard to center. Jennings started in. Slams on the brakes, makes the catch 1-0. One down, Florimone will bat. Rays probably do this better than anybody in baseball. Find an arm in another organization. Many times it'll be an arm that has bounced around an awful lot and would, on outward appearances, be at the end of its career. And they've got great shelf life from some veteran relievers that most people thought were on the backside of their careers. 1-0 to Florimone. 1-1.
Well, their closer right now, Fernando Rodney, a couple of years with the Angels, kind of taken out of that closer role. Last couple of years, he's been a savior to the Rays.
Kyle Farnsworth rejuvenated his career. Joaquin Benoit, Rafael Soriano.
Yep.
On the right field line, and a hit into the corner. That could be treacherous for Myers. Florimone gets to second with a double. 1 out in the 5th.
A good piece of hitting by Florimone. Looked like a pitch away and just went with it. Right off the end of the bat, but takes it the other way. Right down that right field line for Florimone, his 17th double of the year, the second hit for the Twins. He gets into scoring position with 1 out.
See a lot of water puddled on the warning track, both in fair and foul territory. Alex Presley will hit. He struck out twice against Matt Moore.
Another right, Jamie Wright, warming up for the Rays.
Strike of the knees. Presley came into the game hitting .333. Tough assignment for any left-handed batter against Matt Moore. He's really, really tough with a good breaking ball. And a pitch up. 1-1.
Wright, 28 years old. Born in Montgomery, Alabama. Came up with the Astros in 2008.
Breaking ball beaten into the ground. Kelly Johnson over to Loney, 2 down. On the play, Florimone to third base. And Joe Maddon's going to come out and make a pitching change in the inning here. Fox Sports proud to team with Feeding America, a nationwide network of food banks that helps feed more than 37 million people in America each year through pantries, soup kitchens, and shelters. Visit feedingamerica.org/Fox Sports to learn how you can fight hunger in your community. Together, we're Feeding America. One right will hand the ball to the other, figuratively, as the Rays go 1 man deeper into the bullpen with a runner at third and 2 down. Far too few clutch 2-out hits. Brian Dozier can provide one here in the 5th inning. Get the Twins on the board against Jamie Wright.
Yeah, 18-year veteran Jamie Wright. And Jamie Wright, first year with the Rays, what he wants to do, he's never been to postseason in the 17-plus years he has pitched at the major league level. A guy that came up with the Rockies back in 1996. He's pitched for 10 different teams.
And he'll face Brian Dozier here with a runner at third and 2 away.
Yeah, right at 6'6", 38 years old. Good sinking fastball, curveball, and a changeup.
Up and in, ball 1. Twins need to get on the board. This would be a good spot to get the first run of the series. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
The bullpen right has worked 62 innings. He's given up only 55 hits, 22 walks, 3 intentional, with 56 strikeouts. There's his total career numbers.
That is a foul ball. 1-2. Twins have struck out 6 times again here tonight. One and 2 to the Twins' second baseman. Inside. 2-2.
Curveball just missing.
Got him.
Came back with it.
And brought it over the inside corner. 7th strikeout for the Twins over 5 scoreless innings here tonight. Freeze Cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Yeah, we go back to the 3rd inning. About 2.5, maybe 3 hours ago, it was when Presley made a great catch off the bat of Will Myers to end the 3rd inning. Evan Longoria was at third base, would have been the 3rd run of the ball game scored, but Presley saving a run and working on his head-first slide.
We've reached that awkward time of the year in Minnesota where you don't know really what to do with your thermostat. Earlier in the homestand, we were using the air conditioning, and now the heat's on here in the booth. Josh Reddick will start his 2nd inning of work.
I didn't know he had air conditioning or heat in his booth.
Delvin Young will lead off the 6th for the Rays. I can feel the heat.
Is it still Delvin's birthday?
Yes, it is, for another hour and 52 minutes. Talking with Joe Madden this afternoon about the trade that really turned the Rays around. And of course, it was the trade that sent Delmon Young to the Twins for Matt Garza and Jason Bartlett. And Madden at length talked about all that Bartlett meant to that team. You tend to forget that in Madden's first 2 years managing with the Rays, they nearly averaged 100 losses. This was not an immediate turnaround. They had a couple of very difficult years, 1-1, and Young fouls it back. But then the Twins, in search of some right-handed power, since they were losing Torrey Hunter through free agency, made the trade to get Young for Garza and Bartlett. Brendan Harris also came to the Twins in that trade. Jason Pridey. 1-2 to Delmon Young.
Oh, that breaking ball just missing. But you know what? The Rays were the doormat for a lot of clubs. What that enabled them to do is go out and sign some #1 picks like Longoria and also Delmon Young. Delmon Young was a #1 pick overall in 2003 for the Rays.
2-2. Wicked one hopper fielded nicely by Plouffe. And one away.
Yeah, with the grass wet, the ball's going to skip a little bit, and it looked like it did on Trevor Plouffe, but he stayed with it. They got the first out. Renicky starting his second inning of work. And we haven't seen this for a while. The pitchers are allowed to blow on their hands as the weather cools down.
One down, and Sean Rodriguez, the batter. Up and in, ball one. Bartlett that year, his first year with the Rays, was voted the team MVP. And the Twins have had a tough time establishing anything at short ever since. And the hope is that Florimon will be able to hit enough to anchor the position for a while.
Right.
2-0. Swing and a foul. 2-1.
Well, before Madden came here, he was with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, and you know he had a lot of he's in the minor leagues. He scouted Rodriguez. He was one of his teammates, and he brought one of his players. He brought Rodriguez over eventually. He likes his versatility, the way that he plays a lot of different positions.
2-2. That's one thing that you can say about the Rays during this run of success that they've had. They've been very athletic and maneuverable, flexible. Zobrist, another player that will play a bunch of different positions. 3-2 to Rodriguez. And he missed low. A one-out walk here in the sixth. That'll bring up Yunel Escobar, famed car customizer Ryan Friedlinghouse and his crew at West Coast Customs continue to take ordinary run-of-the-mill vehicles and turn them into extraordinary vehicles in West Coast Customs. We got a new episode coming your way on Sunday. Escobar with an RBI single in the fourth. Rays got a run in the second, a run in the third, two in the fourth. The third run driven in by an Escobar base hit. And there's another base hit. He's had a good series here. 3 hits last night. Presley gets it back into Florimon. First and second now with 1 out.
And I think what we've seen Escobar, he's ready to hit on that first pitch. That fastball right there, as he did in the fourth inning. Ready to swing the bat. The ball pretty much right down the heart of the plate, and Escobar lining it right back up the middle. Rays get their 8th hit of the ball game.
Lobaton with a single and a run scored and a sacrifice fly in the fourth. Fastball gets a swing and a miss. Herman with a block, 1-1.
Yeah, good block by Herman right there. Knew a breaking ball was coming and brought him to his knees. Renicky in his first season with the Twins last couple years with the Colorado Rockies. Prior to that, the Blue Jays, and then came up with the Reds in 2008.
Fouled back. 1-2. We played 3.5 innings before a 2-hour and 4-minute rain delay. Both teams came back with a different pitcher. Sharon Martis and Brian Dunsing warming up in the Twins pen. Slow breaking ball, got him. And Lobaton looks back at home plate umpire Jerry Lane.
And Renicky picking up his second strikeout.
It'll bring up Jennings.
Straight over the top breaking ball.
And now Jennings 0 for 3. A couple of outfield flies. The first one hit pretty well, and then a foul out to Colabello. Strike call. Driven to left. And that's down for a hit. Willingham will kick it around in the corner a little bit, and that'll allow 2 runs to score. Willingham trying to, I think, both decelerate and try to reach down and pick the ball up at the same time. It'll be a 2-run hit, I believe. It'll be a double for Jennings with both runs scoring and no error charge.
Well, you saw that water down the, along the warning track there. And Jennings taking that fastball, pulling it down that left field corner. Willingham right there, the ball in his glove, then bounced out.
9th hit for the Rays, and they do give Willingham an error. And 2 runs are charged to Renicky, 1 earned, one unearned at this point. Fouled away.
Yeah, for Willingham, that's his first error of the year.
One strike to Johnson, with the lead growing to 6-0. And Herman springs out of his crouch to catch ball 1. Rays came into this series slumping, winning just 5 of 18 games. There's a check swing foul tip for strike 2.
Well, they have had the Twins numbers over the last couple of years, winning the last 10 in a row, 5 this year.
Breaking ball left up high, as we said during, I think, one of the rain delay segments. So you look at the starting pitching matchup for those 10 games that they've won, and you would have to give the Rays an edge, at times a big edge, in all 10 games. It's no secret they have pitched much better than the Twins. They've hit better. That's how you win games. Very high again, 3-2. Talked a little bit before, too, about the Tampa Bay schedule and the big series they've got coming up. A couple of 4-game series against contending teams. 3-2. And very high again. The Twins might have to get Renicky. Here comes Ron Gardenhire. Another disappointing outing for Renicky. He got through the first inning okay, but had some control issues and gave up a couple of big hits here in the 6th. so the Twins have to make a pitching change in the middle of the top of the 6th inning. More baseball from Target Field in a moment. Out of the 6th inning. MLB.com At Bat is celebrating 5 years as your #1 mobile app for live baseball. Available on iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, and Windows Phone 8. At Bat delivers Twins baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text At Bat to 31826 or visit twinsbaseball.com for details.
Tyron Martis coming into the ball game, making his 3rd relief appearance since being called up from Rochester. Just a couple times in that Oakland series. Inning each, 2 shutout innings so far for Martis. Rochester appeared in 42 ball games, did make 3 starts, worked 80 in a 3rd innings, gave up only 68 hits, 65 strikeouts. Fastball, slider, and changeup.
Evan Longoria, the batter, called out on strikes in the 1st, an RBI double in the 3rd, and another base hit, a single in the 5th. Down and away, ball 1.
Martis, 26 years old, has some major league experience, that coming with the Washington Nationals in 2008 and 2009.
Popped up, right side of the infield. Colabello, Dozier, and it's Colabello with the catch, and that closes out the 6th inning. 2 more for the Rays, and now a 6-0 lead.
Welcome back to Target Field. We're at 6-0 Rays. And tonight in our Grand Casino Social Spotlight, we've been asking fans to let us know which left-handed starting pitcher in the league would you least like to face. We ask you to use the hashtag LightsOutLefty. And tonight we hear from JJim0727, David Price. Why? Simply nasty. Okay then, Dick and Bird. I think, Matt Moore, Matt Moore, let me try that again. The Rays starter from tonight. He only went 3 innings, but he may soon be in that conversation with the best left-handed pitchers in baseball.
Yeah, thank you, Marty. You have to think of Chris Sale, too, with the Chicago White Sox. He's a nasty lefty.
Well, as we said, Moore has actually outpitched Price, has been a little inconsistent. Doesn't mean it's going to be an easy task, certainly, for the Twins tomorrow. They get to face Price after facing Moore. Strike one to Ryan Doman. He'll be followed by Arcia and Plouffe.
Jamie Wright starting the bottom of the 6th inning.
I really believe this, Bert, as the Rays work their way toward the end of the season and they hope into the playoffs. I'm not sure that there's an American League playoff entrant, if in fact that's what the Rays are going to be this year, that Doman swings and misses, that has 2 tremendous left-handers, power left-handers, since the Twins had both Santana and Liriano back in 2006, and we know Liriano never made it. His elbow blew out, but they were poised in 06 to have really 2 dominant power left-handed arms, and I think the Rays have that now.
All right, I have a question for you. If they go in as a wild card, there's that 1-game elimination game.
Yeah.
Who do you start? Do you start, Moore, or do you start Price? And can they do that as they get closer? It's going to be a dogfight. Might not even be Moore or Price. It might end up being one of the other starters.
2-2. And foul. That's a luxury you have when you have a deep rotation. It doesn't matter necessarily where the regular season ends and the playoffs start as it relates to your rotation, because you got a quality starter in any case.
Yeah, they have 5 very good starters.
Doman hanging tough. Count still 2-2.
As Detroit does. As Oakland does.
Three and 2 to Ryan Doman. Jerry Lane confirming with Doman the counts 3-2. Scoreboard here at the ballpark had 3-1.
Yeah, the shift is on for Ryan Doman as Longoria, the third baseman, moves over to second base.
And he swings at what would have been ball 4. Twins had to face Matt Moore for the 2nd time this year, at least in the first 3 innings.
Well, he's making his 2nd start against the Twins, pitched well in Tampa Bay, making his first start here. He could only go 3 innings because of the rain delay, allowed only 1 hit. 4 ground ball outs, 5 strikeouts for the 9 outs he's able to report. And that's a final play right there, a nice fielding play by Moore.
Here's Oswaldo Arcia. Strike on the outside corner. Arcia, strikeout victim in the 2nd. And then he's the guy that hit that chopper in front of the plate. Moore charged in to retire him at first base to close out a threat in the 3rd. Another dribbler. 0-2.
I think what we've seen as of late, Dick, the offense for the Twins, I mean, they're just not making very good contact. Last night, there wasn't really that many balls hit hard off of Archer and the staff and the 3 relievers they used. And here tonight, not a lot of contact.
There's a breaking ball on the outside corner. And their team-wide seems to be in a rut. Good pitching will do it to you, but Twins are taking strikes and swinging at pitches out of the strike zone an awful lot.
Well, Jamie Wright coming in, and all 3 outs he's received so far have come on the strikeout.
Nine strikeouts so far for the Twins. One strikeout away from yet another game where they have struck out 10 or more times. Up and in, ball one. Blue struck out in the second, hit a fly ball to left in the fourth. One and one. Breaking ball missing inside. We saw him come back with that pitch to strike out Dozier to end the fifth inning. Off the knuckles, a jam shot toward first and right to the bag, flipped from Loney, and it's a 1-2-3-6.
Early scoring by the Rays, a double by Myers, and then a sacrifice fly scored him in the second, and then an RBI double by Evan Longoria in the third, and he made a 2-0 ball game. They added two more in the fourth inning. Take a 4-0 lead. Matt Moore, 3 shutout innings, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, and then the rain came for 2 hours and 4 minutes. The ground crew worked their tail end off to make this field presentable. And they're back playing now.
And the work continues between innings regularly, maybe not every half inning during the break, but the grounds crew takes 6 to 8 bags of the Diamond Dry substance, puts it on the infield area around home plate and on the mound. And I can promise you this, that there'll be an awful lot of work done to this field between the end of the game tonight and the start of the game tomorrow. I was right. It is a glamorous business being a member of the grounds crew. I spent my one day there. It was what, sunny and 72. I have no idea how much work is involved, and as the fields have become more complex over the years, it's required a lot more work and a lot more people. Bouncer to short. Florimone has it. Over to Colabello, 1 down. At the Metrodome, of course, there was a guy running around with a vacuum tractor, and he sucked up the sunflower seeds, and they raked a little squares of dirt, and that was about it. About 45 minutes, they were done. One down in the 7th. Here's James Loney.
Remember George Toma with Kansas City? They had a beautiful ballpark back in the 60s when they were playing outside, and then they moved over to Kauffman Stadium. And you have the, supposedly, and he is, the best groundkeepers ever, all sitting on artificial turf.
Right.
The old stadium in Kansas City, you could almost sit where we're at and you could play checkers by the way the grass was cut in the outfield.
Foul down the right field line. 1-1. George Toma still works at Hammond Stadium on the grounds crew. Had some health issues last year during spring training. We'll look forward to George's presence during the full spring training next year. Swinging a foul back.
Roberto Hernandez warming up.
1-2 to Loney.
Good changeup right there.
And he strikes out.
Well, Martis picks up a strikeout. That's his 4th strikeout in 3 innings pitched so far for the Twins. Good location right there.
Delman Young, the batter. A walk, a single, and a ground ball to 3rd. Strike 1.
Good slider, good location.
Ripped foul. About the tarp. 2 strikes. It is still Delman Young's birthday for another hour and 25 minutes.
Well, he already got his birthday hit. Just make it out here. Delman turning 28 years old.
Called out on strikes. A 1-2-3-7 for Martis. Twins have yet to score a run in this series. Josh Willingham will lead things off against Roberto Hernandez.
Formerly known as Fausto Carmona when he pitched for the Cleveland Indians in his first season with the Rays. Made the All-Star team for the Indians back in 2010. He was a starter. You can see the numbers right there by Hernandez. Struggled in the starting rotation, now put into the bullpen. He did make 24 starts. This is his 4th relief appearance. Alex Cobb came back and kind of pushed Hernandez out to the bullpen.
Of course, his former identity, Fausto Carmona with the Indians, he was involved in a identity fraud situation that involved primarily his age, certainly his name, but he was, as it turned out, a couple of years older than he said he was. 1 strike to Willingham. Colabello and Herman will follow. 1-1.
Well, when he has that sinker working, he's got nasty stuff. They're now at 33 years old instead of 21.
Hold the string. Ball 2.
He was 21 for 4 years with the Indians.
I still have to chuckle when he finally came back. He was suspended for a while, came back to the Indians, and they had 3 birthday cakes waiting for him in the club. 2-1. 3-1.
You don't get anything by 25 guys in the clubhouse.
Twins with a lot of work to do here tonight. Try to make a game of this. 6-0 the score, and now Willingham takes his 2nd walk of the ball game.
And that's always been really, Hernandez's downfall is his lack of control. He's got a good sinking fastball, but a lot of times it's just down in the zone. A lot of walks.
And now Chris Colabello. Clete Thomas is going to run for Josh Willingham. Colabello a single with a little roller up the 3rd baseline. That was the lone Twins hit against Matt Moore. Then Colabello struck out his next time up. Strike at the knees. Play grounder. Nice pickup by Johnson, and a leaping 1-hop throw to Loney Escobar. A nice turn in the middle. 2 down.
Colabello hit this ball sharply, but then the turn to flip, we see the 1-hop over to Loney. First double play in tonight's ball game.
Chris Herman with 2 gone and the base is empty. Breaking ball missing. And poked into right, a soft single with 2 gone in the 7th. And that will bring up Pedro Florimo.
When Hernandez first came up with the Indians, he was having a tough time. He was 1-10, but then followed up in 2007. He was 19-8 in 32 starts.
Indians tried him as a closer, and he had an absolutely disastrous couple of weeks as a closer. One blown save after another, but then he was reincarnated as a starting pitcher. And this is back in the day when the Indians also had a CC Sabathia. Swing and a miss by Florimo on 1-1. And the Twins hitters would say, Sabathia is tough enough, but this guy was just absolutely nasty.
He pitched some good game against the Twins. That sinker, slider.
Swing and Gonna miss again, 1-2.
Yeah, took something off that right there. Good changeup, good location, down and away.
One and two to the Twins shortstop. 2-2, laid off that changeup. Hitters need seasoning, curing, experience to lay off pitches like that on a regular basis. Well, Floromo's laid off another one. I have vivid memories of watching Gary Gaetti and Tom Bernansky as they were getting their feet wet in the early 80s and swinging at one slider after another, striking out and being so frustrated. And then eventually, of course, in both cases, they became very good hitters by laying off pitches. It wasn't so much what they did when they made contact as laying off pitches to avoid strikeouts. And that's where a lot of Twins hitters find themselves here in 2013.
Crew here at Target Field, and this copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC.
Been an interesting night at the ballpark, not in terms of offensive output by the lineup. Cleve Thomas replacing Willingham in left field, and he gets a ball hit to him right away. He gets turned around a little bit, but makes the catch one away. One down quickly in the 8th inning. Rodriguez retired. That'll bring up Escobar.
Well, Martis came in, got the last out in the 6th inning, a 1-2-3 7th. He's retired all 5 batters so far.
Escobar with a pair of hits again tonight.
5 for 7 so far in the series.
And down and away, ball 1. Two and 0. Not much consolation, of course, but it's entirely possible the Twins will get out of this game having used just 4 pitchers.
Well, Martis, when he was with the Nationals, he made 19 starts in 20 games.
Three and 1. Eventually, Josh Reddick taken out of the ball game because he had a hard time throwing strikes. Martis doesn't want that fate here, and he has just walked. Yunel Escobar. Michael Tonkin warming up in the Twins bullpen, just beginning his warm-up tosses. Jose Lobaton will hit. Lobaton with a single, a sacrifice fly, and a strikeout. Swing and a miss. Fastball.
Oh,
missing. Looked like it had
right
the
down
inside
the middle
corner.
Of the plate.
Yeah. Missing again, 2-1. Cesar Ramos warming up in the Tampa Bay bullpen. Ball fouled to the screen, 2-2. Twins lost all 4 games in St. Petersburg. Lost last night, or losing tonight. Talked about it last night. 4-game series in and of themselves are rarer than they used to be. 3-2. But the Twins suffered 2 4-game sweeps in a week and a half. Lost 4 in St. Petersburg, then eventually got home here and lost 4 to the Yankees. And now back-to-back walks with 1 out in the 8th, and the Twins might have to make a move here. Don't know that Tonkin has warmed up quite enough yet. As this season winds down, you can start to look forward to next year in sunny Fort Myers and join the Twins on the official spring training fan experience. Tony will be there. One-stop shopping for game tickets and hotel accommodations, as well as exclusive pregame meet and greet with players, front office staff, other personalities. 612-276-3824 or visit twinsbaseball.com for more information. Outside, ball 1.
Wow. Seems like Jerry Lane's strike zone got very small here.
Dribbler up the line, foul, 1-1. Rays had lost their last 10 of their last 13 against left-handed starting pitchers. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case here tonight against Andrew Albers. Outside, 2-1. Well, now that's a strike.
Call that a strike. I think the plate has moved on him.
The ball looked like it was 8 inches outside. Two and two. Runners on through walks after a quick first pitch out to start this inning. Backing out of play. Over our heads.
A lot of things over our heads.
I said before the game, I thought we were going to get a ball in the booth here. That hasn't happened.
Not yet.
Two and two. scalded into the left field corner. And Thomas with a retrieve. They're going to wave one runner in and hold the second runner. And Desmond Jennings absolutely drills. He doubled to left, his second run producing double.
Yeah, that was a changeup that just stayed up. And Jennings driving in another run. His 47th of the year, as he came running right back into that swing. And he lined it down into that left field corner. Thomas had to retrieve it. And it's a 7-0 Rays lead.
Pitching change. And Michael Tonkin will try to pick up the 8th and finish it for Martis. Which American League contending manager would you most like in your dugout during October? And Joe Maddon leading the voting. Jim Leland a somewhat distant second. And then John Farrell.
I don't think you could go wrong with any of those guys. Michael Tonkin coming in, making his 4th appearance on the season. In his 3rd stint, he got called up on September 8th. His only other appearance since his call-up was against the Oakland A's in that 18-3 loss. He worked 1 inning, gave up a couple runs. Both runs were unearned. He's given up 5 runs this year, all of them unearned. Announced crowd at 28,541. A lot of them went home.
Well, the Rays have spread out the scoring here. Run on the 2nd, run on the 3rd, 2 on the 4th, 2 on the 6th, 1 more here in the 8th. That adds up to 7, doesn't it?
Yes.
Kelly Johnson will hit. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. Still only 1 out in the inning. Foul back. Almost into the Rays radio booth.
Tonkin with a sinking fastball, a slider, and a changeup. 6'7". Good fastball there at 94. Tonkin this year started in Double-A, moved up to Triple-A. Had 66 strikeouts in 57 innings pitched.
You don't have to stretch your imagination too far to see Tonkin playing a rather large role in the Twins bullpen as soon as next year. Outings like this in a blowout game, but if he can continue to throw strikes and maybe pick up a strikeout here and clean up this 8th inning, very small, but an important stepping stone for him.
Herman, I think, expected that ball away, and it ended up down and in at about 94.
1-2. Plenty of fastball. The Twins want a little more use of his breaking pitch. Lifted foul. Again, mid-90s fastball. And if he has command of it, then there's something to work with. But he's also going to need a secondary pitch. Thrown five pitches, and they've all been fastballs. There's the off-speed pitch, and it's hooked foul.
Yeah, the slider right there didn't have much break to it, and plus it was up in the zone, and Johnson hit it foul. What you would think at 6'7", you throw a slider, you want that downward break.
Especially with that height that he has. And came inside with a 95-mile-per-hour fastball and got that strikeout for out number 2. Johnson retired, and now Longoria.
Well, Herman's sitting inside, and it's called strike 3.
Strike 1. 95 on the corner. Not on the black. On the corner.
I'm glad that you're admitting that there is black there.
No, I'm defying it. It's no more than part of the strike zone than the spikes that stick the home plate into the ground. 0-2. There's no black there.
Well, if you move some of the dirt, you'd see it.
Foul back.
Duncan, just 23 years old, signed by the Twins in 2008. He'll get a chance to hook up with his brother-in-law, Jason Kubel, when Cleveland comes into town.
Jason's buying, I presume.
Oh, good pitch. There's that good slider.
Couple of strikeouts for Tonkin, and an impressive outing for him. But the score remains the same, 7-0. 7-0 here at Target Field this morning. The Minnesota Wild opened up single-game tickets for sale. And as you might expect, pretty good traffic over at the XL Energy Center. And then an open practice on the rink for fans to watch this year's edition of the Wild team.
Could this be the year for the Wild? We hope so.
And at least one Wild jersey still in attendance here. It's a 7-0 score for the Rays. The Twins hitting here in the bottom of the 8th. Alex Presley, Brian Dozier, Ryan Doumit.
And Cesar Ramos coming out of the bullpen for the Rays. 6th pitcher used by the Rays. Of course, the 2-hour and 4-minute rain delay caused a lot of this. But Ramos making his 43rd relief appearance.
Off the mound and on a couple of hops to Escobar. I know what the rules state, but I think under circumstances like this, there ought to be some flexibility in allowing a starting pitcher, especially as dominant as Moore was, to be awarded the win. Here, you're just going to arbitrarily, the official scorer will arbitrarily pick any of a number of relief pitchers for the Rays and assign a win to one of them, when in reality, the one guy who pitched the longest and the most effectively was Moore, and the fact that he didn't complete 5 innings was through no fault of his own.
I agree.
You and I agree on something.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not like one reliever came in and pitched 3 innings in relief. Longest outing of a reliever right now is Jamie Wright. He may get the win if they hold on and win this ball game.
Dozier, the batter, popped up right center field. Johnson out, Myers in. Myers calls him off, 2 away.
Who do you give the win to?
Under the current rules?
Right.
Yeah, probably right. But, Moore was on his way. His team had given him a 4-0 lead. It seems silly to give it to anybody else, but yet that's what the rules dictate.
He has to go at least 5 innings if you're a starter to qualify for a win. Why is it if you can only go 1/3 of an inning and get a loss?
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Or get nobody out.
1-0 to Doumit, as yet to put a ball in play. He struck out twice and walked. And he pokes a hit down the line. We'll see if he can take it for extra bases. And he'll hold up since the score is what it is. A single for Doumit will get Arcia to the plate with a man aboard.
Well, Doumit not the quickest of foot either, and the footing is not that well out on that playing field. Well, Doumit picking up a base hit. It's only the 4th hit for the Twins.
Arcia has barely put a ball in play. A couple of strikeouts. Chopper off a foot.
The Twins only had 5 hits in yesterday's loss to the Rays. And all 5 hits were singles. And here tonight, 3 singles and a double.
There's that high fastball, or I guess it was a slider. Pitch up, and Arcia swung through it.
Well, you know what, you were talking earlier about, Tom Bernansky and Gaetti, and even Roy Smalley said it took him, 2 or 3 years to feel comfortable, like he started to know the pitchers and know what to do up here, know what to expect, and that's kind of expected, I think, from a young guy like Arcia. Arcia only 22 years old. You gotta realize last year he started the season in Single A. So patience, I guess.
1-2. Waits on the off-speed pitch. Chips a little pop-up to the outfield grass. And that's it for the Twins in the 8th. On to the 9th. It's 7-0. Were shut out last night 3-0, having a very tough time against a very good Tampa Bay pitching staff. But again tonight, too many strikeouts. We'll see what happens here as we move to the 9th inning, middle of the Tampa Bay lineup. And Michael Tonkin's out there. Hopefully he can make quick work of the Rays in the 9th inning. Myers, Loney, and Young to face Tonkin here in the 9th inning. With some words for Myers, who is 1 for 4. Rays 3 outs away from beating the Twins for the 11th straight time. Fastball off the plate, ball 1. Andrew Albers gave up 4 earned runs over 4 innings, so he would be tagged with the loss. Jamie Wright might be given the win. A strike, 1-1.
Yeah, that is up to the official score to determine who will be the winning pitcher.
Popped up right center field. Dozier out. And he'll give way to Marcia, who makes the catch, 1 away.
And that's what you want to hear as a middle infielder, having go out like that. You want to hear that outfielder call you off on a high fly ball like that. Marcia able to do that.
James Loney will hit, 0 for 4. Swing and a miss. And now 2 strikes. 1 o'clock game tomorrow, final game of the series, and yet another disappointing homestand. It's hard to imagine a team, any team, that struggles as at home as much as the Twins have done the last couple of years.
Yeah, this year the Twins are 30-42 at home and 33-41 on the road.
Coming off a year where they lost 50 home games last year. That almost certainly won't happen this year. Foul back. But it's been an odd team. Obviously a team that hasn't played as well as it needs to, but whatever highlights there have been seem to have been on the road. Twins won 3 out of 4 at Fenway Park. Won 2 out of 3 in New York. And then those teams came back here and swept the Twins in Minnesota. Two and two. Luke Scott on deck. Apparently he's going to hit for Delman Young. Two and two to James Loney. Tonkin's retired all 3 batters he's faced. Pulled foul, a breaking pitch, and Loney got a piece.
Every fan that stayed around is getting a ball.
Third strike, 2 down.
And Loney doesn't like it. Duncan picking up his 3rd strikeout. Well, whatever he said, he made Loney smile as he take a look at the location. Good pitch.
I'm going to say if Loney somehow had gotten ejected, that might have been the silliest ejection I've ever seen. 2 down. Delman Young had gone 1 for 3 with a walk, a single, a run scored, and now Scott will hit. And outside, ball 1.
Well, Luke Scott in his 2nd season with the Rays. Came up with the Astros, spent time with the Orioles.
Swing and a foul, and that stunned Herman. One and one. 4 up, 4 down, 3 strikeouts for Tonkin. Even without the rain delay of 2 hours and 4 minutes, this would have been a long, tedious game. That's what happens when you're on the verge of being shut out for the 2nd night in a row. 1 and 2. Back again near the Tampa Bay broadcast booth, the radio booth.
Duncan throwing strikes, 25 pitches, 20 strikes.
Another 1-2 to Luke Scott. Checked his swing. No swing, says Hunter Wendelstedt.
Chris Herman was taking a couple steps to the dugout.
2-2. Left, Thomas trotting toward the line. Makes the catch. Nice outing for Michael Tonkin as he faces 5 men, strikes out 3, and retires all 5. It's turned into a cool night. It is lightly drizzling. We've had heavy rain at times. We had a rain delay of over 2 hours. Twins haven't scored a run. They're trailing 7-0. Other than that, it's been a great night at the ballpark.
Well, Twins don't want to get shut out. Last time they were shut out was in Anaheim last year.
Wait a minute.
On May 1st and 2nd. 2 games in a row.
Oh, 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
I see. 1-0. Tapper to short. Escobar quickly comes up firing one away. That was the game where you said it was May of last year, right?
Yes, May 1st and 2nd.
That was when Jerome Williams, of all people, nearly threw a no-hitter against the Twins, and then the next night,
Mr.
Jared Weaver did.
He did.
The Twins moved up the coast, got Felix Hernandez right away in Seattle. That was a fun trip. Cleet Thomas entered the game as a pinch runner after Josh Willingham drew a walk.
See, I want opposing broadcasters to say the same thing about the Twins, you know, when they improve their pitching staff.
No. And again, we talked about the 2006 season, and, you know, for most of that season, there were teams. I remember we went down to Houston and everybody was talking about Roger Clemens coming back and all that. And the Twins threw first Liriano and then 2 nights later Johan Santana. And that was Santana's 2nd Cy Young season. 1-1. Foul back. We've talked about it. That's clearly the Twins' most pressing need. Reliable starting pitching. The Royals are in contention this year. They addressed it. They really turned over their rotation, but then at what cost? Will Myers now property of the Tampa Bay Rays because the Royals were willing to trade the minor league player of the year last year. Whether Twins fans would want the Twins to trade Byron Buxton, no. Of course they wouldn't, but it would never happen anyway, even if they wouldn't. That's not how the Twins would operate. Buxton, a 20-year-old phenom. Swing and a foul. 2-2. Ramos might get the win. Nothing that says the guy pitches the last 2 innings couldn't qualify for the win. Check swing. 3-2.
You know, you're talking, we talked, I think, last night, and you just mentioned it again, Baseball America's Player of the Year since 2005. You know, last year, Will Myers. Listen to these names on this list. Mike Trout, Jeremy Hellickson, Jason Hayward, Matt Wieters, Jay Bruce, Alex Gordon, Delman Young. They've all made an impact at the major league level. So that's why, you know, with Broxton, you know that there's good things, hopefully, coming.
Look at the list, and there's a chance most of those guys are going to be in the postseason. Trout won't be. Myers might. Hellickson might, of course. Hayward's going in. Wieters might. Jay Bruce might. Alex Gordon might.
Yep.
Delman Young. 3-2 to Clete Thomas. And out number 2, a strikeout.
Well, Ramos picking up his first strikeout. And for the Twins, their 10th in the ball game.
And now Chris Colabello.
Well, good breaking ball right here. Good location. Down and away.
Down and away, ball 1.
Well, 2 lefties going at it again tomorrow afternoon. It'll be Pedro Hernandez for the Twins against David Price.
Swing and a foul, 1-1. One and one to Chris Colabello. And snagged by Ramos, and that ends the 11th straight win for the Tampa Bay Rays over the Minnesota Twins. We'll be back to Target Field in a moment.